Can you hear me now? You can hear me now. Okay. The teething problems remain. That is okay. I apologize for lateness. I was very busy and thought I would just make an effort to hit my stream start time and then finish getting ready. You probably don't need to know this, but I was not wearing many clothes when I pressed going live. Luckily, the camera was not on. But yeah, all right. So we are here to stream. The stream title was in such a hurry. So let's roll back a little bit. I've had a very busy weekend. Streamed last night. Busy but good because I need to catch up on things, which is fine. Been very productive. Kind of proud of myself. That's nice. I'll talk about that some more later. But in terms of being busy, it was go play some hockey. Some committee meeting stuff had to happen afterwards. I'm sitting there going, I need to leave because I need to stream. And then I got here and I'm like, well, you got to eat, you got to shower, you got to get the things ready. So do the things, and then I got out of the shower and it was time to go streaming. So I pressed go live. Then I finished getting ready. You guys hung out and watched some ads. Saw my excellent graphic design skills and my starting screen. Starting soon screen. Now we're here and the microphone is working and the stream title has been updated. What we've got in chat is not correct. You know what? Let's do some live stream deck. What the hell is going on-ness? Spotify, play Spotify. That's because you're trying to play the wrong device, mate. Interesting. So I'm just going to test something. If I go to be right back, and it turns cool. I fixed it. Woo! Jeez, hang on that way. How much camera do we have off the screen here? I don't know if I care. Although I can, I think, test it. Because if I go to my fancy filter thing, and we change it from... Hey, you got a split-second view of my house. Huh, the camera's seeing the screen. Shit. That actually explains what is going on in some regards. You know what? Let's fix stuff. Because I was thinking yesterday I would like it more if the full breadth of my amazing t-shirt collection was observed. There you go. It's a little old, but unproblematic, which is important. It's difficult to enjoy a TV show these days without being like, hey, the creator molested a child or beat up his wife or something. The whole art versus artist thing is a real battle these days. Okay. Now that we can see where the camera actually ends, I am curious. Oh, Nelly. That's a lot of camera, isn't it? Maybe we do want it more zoomed in. Methinks the camera needs a bit of work. Not something you guys really need to... I did something like that, and then we reinstate. I mean, I don't mind it. And I'm in control, so I'm also sweaty, and that's pleasant. I was running around. It was hot today, and running around playing winter sport in summer is not something we should really do. But we're obsessed, and we don't like playing different sports. So, okay. I am interested in seeing if we can... I don't know if I can finish the game today, but we're going to freaking try. Just having a look at the... I think. Let's just... I don't need to read a walkthrough for every little bit. Okay, what I should do is go to the outfitter. And just be a bit wary of outfitting people. I don't believe you, but okay. We could also... Not really doing many errands.
Welcome. Make yourself cool.
It's very... Yep. We have some law. The law is good. We like the law. You guys can't see how much money I've got, which is important, obviously. I really don't know where to put this thing. Try that and see what clashes with next. Ah! Clicking the wrong thing.
Of course. Anything else? It's just
No, I'm trying to go to it. There we go. In progress.
This is how things stand at present. Will that be all? Thank you and farewell.
So basically, if I'm grinding, doing these errands is a really good idea because you can just, every time you move a place, a day passes, and then the errands are based on the number of days. So if you're grinding, every time you do a battle, it's a new day. Away they go. But I kind of want to push through the story, and really the errands are a bit of a distraction. So let's just do that. Let's check the party first, because I have a astounding amount of JP now. Yeah, I think for ye old Ramza, it's that one. I don't know, do I need JP boost? I think everyone else has basically got it, so she's a monk, so that makes sense. I remember you being borderline useless because you couldn't do much. Okay. Shockwave is still a very good ability, so let's use that, and that locks me out of being able to do anything else. Has he... Nope. Happy with that. Oof, that is a lot of... That's why. Okay. Okay, if you're a ninja, you don't need... So I'm making a mistake. Okay, so no, hang on. I'm not making a mistake. Okay, she's got a bit more she can learn. I think also having a situation where I'm not leveling a mage is a really bad idea. What's his character level of 12 compared to... Oh, I guess grinding exists. If we need to go and grind, we'll grind. Do some interim battles. Why not? Sorry, thinking about whether I should have had chill to the stream, because I potentially won't do quite as much talking. Certainly not as much talking as I did yesterday, but I don't think anyone will be mad about that. And also, I need to wind down a bit with this stream. I have work tomorrow, so the idea will be to kind of finish up and then go to bed kind of straight away. Whereas last night, it was kind of party time, and to be fair, I didn't like not to be up for anything, so I finished the stream and I think I went to bed about 4 hours later, which was early in the morning. Can't do that. To be fair, this is a special stream. I wouldn't normally stream on a Sunday night my time, but just haven't been around, so wanted to jump on. Oh, do it for me. Yes. That's correct, yeah. That should hit both of them, I think. That's useful, thank you. Okay. Ignore terrain here isn't as useful because it's very flat. Okay, that's fine.
Right then.
You turned around? I mean, it doesn't really matter with him anyway. He'll hit you 100%. Now she'll hit no one. Whoops. She should be able to one-shot this dude. Or not. That's okay. Ooh, the chair's leaning back more than I needed to. Let's just put the back up a little bit. Cool. I do like the camera view being a little bit, having some more depth. It's good. Although if I get a follow or anything and the animation goes off, it's going to be out of whack, but that's okay. Should be a point at which Shockwave comes in use. Fuck you. Speed this up a little, maybe. Come on. Given this is a ads pad. This is it. Not part of the story. I should have brought my black mage in.
What to do? You had this coming.
Finish that one off.
What's the best course?
Do you reckon you can knock this guy on the head? Yep. In fact, they're probably, if I'd used heal on them, they probably would have been damaged by it. Is that it? Oh, one over near me. Okay. One over near Ramza. That's a handy ability. Jeez, I'm still coming down from the exercise. I called Mum on the way home, and I'm like, so I have just played a game of hockey. Haven't done any exercise for like, I mean, hockey wrapped up in, I think, late September, early October at the worst. So it's been 2 months since I've actually played. I did a little bit of fitness afterwards, but I could feel like I was really fit for hockey, and it was tailing off. And then, like, it's weird when you're overseas because, like, we were doing 16, 20,000 steps a day, which that in itself keeps you kind of fit. It was like my feet were killing me by the end of it. Blah, 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 blah. But you don't feel like you fit, like the signs of like getting puffed going up the stairs. Just noticing like some of I do notice throughout the year, like, because I play hockey kind of from March through September, October, that period of the year, I have issues that just go away versus like over Christmas, getting puffed going upstairs, mental health tends to drop off a little bit, stomach issues, like appetite is a bit all over the place. Although, to be honest, appetite when I'm fit is a massive pain in the ass. I have to eat every 2 or 3 hours. It's really annoying. But yeah, I thought I would. So the thinking was like, it's hot. Summer hockey's tough, but it's a lot less serious. So if I go there and just like, if I need to go and vomit after 2 minutes, that's what it is. Like, at least you've tried. But I was actually okay. Like, we were playing against a team that comprised mostly Premier League players, mostly women, but they're still very, like, the women are good. And like, I say still, the reason I said still is the men's game is a different game to the women's game. Typically, a men's team at a higher division will, like, this often you'll find between men's and women's teams, a higher division team will be a women's team will be about equal with a lower division men's team, just because of the differences in sort of strength, how hard you can hit the ball and whatnot. In terms of the skills and shit like that, I have a feeling women tend to have better skills because they work more on that stuff as opposed to just being fast and hard and blah blah blah. But anyway, often you'll find like our anyway, point made. Don't need to hash it out, but. So a team of us comprised of sort of mixes of 3s, 4s, and 5s playing against a Premier League team. And we held our own. Like, they definitely beat us, but they weren't scoring that easily to begin with. And I was locking down their centre forward really easily. Not easily. She was good, but I was able to cover her off, and she was getting real mad about it. To the point that in the second half, I'd stopped her and she was getting pissed off about it. So she rotated herself off me and put, a different guy on me, and then she went out to the wing where one of my teammates, Jasper, was then on her. Jasper is a better player than I am. So she's like switched herself out, put herself on the midfield with the idea of like, cool, I'll just burn this guy and then I'll be able to do it, because the other guy's like, the other defender, me, is annoying the shit out of me. And then she's received this ball and Jasper's just pipped her straight away. Just immediately, dunk, I'll have that, thanks very much. And she was physically fucked off. Just it's expectations, perhaps expecting to come out and smash us, and it didn't quite go that way. It was a little bit frustrating because I was trying to be like, because we're the same club now. Like, it's the unis have merged. We are. Oh, hang on, Let's not do this. We're the same club, so I was making an effort to just be like, hey, to people I didn't know, and like, 'cause it's, you know, I wasn't with this girl. I'm like, oh hey, like, you know, that was a really good thing. Like, you nearly did that. Like, I was trying to be friendly and comment on like, fuck, that nearly came off. You nearly scored a goal off that, and she just kind of walked off without saying anything. I'm like, okay, fine. And then also, like, I'm a relatively big dude. She was not that big of a girl, and she was like hip and shouldering me out of position in the goals, and I'm like, all right, fine, like, if you're doing it. So, you know, instead of just standing there, I set my press and she starts bouncing off, and then I push back and she moves more. And it's like, to be fair, to her credit, she didn't complain about that at all. Like, my mentality is, if I will, even with men, I will go easy I won't deliberately push people off the ball unless that's what I'm getting. If people, like, when two people are running next to each other towards a ball that's a single point, you will just run into each other, but often you're stretching out with your stick, and the person who stretches more or whatever will be the one. But you can kind of, in that, you can lean and push or knock them off path. I don't go looking for that, but I can absolutely do it. And I have gotten carried away at times. I think there's a video of me at one point, like, the whistles, actually, no, it's not quite that bad. The quarter or halftime siren went, and I'd just been given a free, and the guys are like, hey, that was really obvious that, like, he's received the ball, and instead of trying to tackle him, you've just run in and hip and shouldered him, like, and I'm like, that's not what I was trying to do. But often, to be honest, how something looks and what someone was intending in a sport can be quite different. But sometimes they're not. Sometimes people are trying to fucking hurt each other. But anyway. Just want to see if I can piss them off. Yeah. Do damage and have a whole turn without actually going over there. It's wrong. It's weird. Ads. Okay, I think it's just showing me like the next hour and a quarter. Let's speed through this. I wonder if I want to switch back to those movement boots that gave me a bit more range, because I reckon if I give him range and like the ability to ignore elevation, he'll become like unstoppable. I need to put him back on. I thought he would have learnt more than that. Sure, let's go unit. I'm kind of hoping he'd cast this like... Huh. Interesting, most of your stuff just missed. That's pretty impressive as a... I do enjoy the random swings and the amount of damage that guy does. Are you kidding me? All right. Yes, please. I would like to hit all of you. Oh, I should have taken one more step forward.
What's next?
Opening up a space behind you is not smart. What is with that? No, that way. Kind of want to shut down this mage if I can, or at least one of them. Yep. Again, the wild variation in the damage that guy does is impressive.
My thanks.
I've earned this.
Really just trying to rack up some CP for old mate Guston here. Yeah. I mean, good move. Don't know if I can hit you from there. Nope.
You're finished.
Yeah, apparently.
Excellent. This bodes ill.
Oh, why didn't I? It doesn't really matter. I'm not exactly going to die. Nice. More levels. That's what we want. Actually, he'll level up ridiculously because of the differential. I thought he could just ignore elevation. I have deliberately put him somewhere where if that guy wants to attack him, he has to expose his back.
No room for error.
Enough. It's no use.
Newfound strength.
Oh god, the a bit of a time investment with the battles.
Hard luck. Here I go. I won't miss.
No, you don't miss, which is great.
Time to heal.
So Rend is knight. They're not really abilities that are useful for my mage, unfortunately. Oh, I still get a... Didn't think I'd get a turn still. Fuck you. Jesus Christ. Just kill him, please. This is getting sad. Like, he's not even trying to attack. He's hiding in a corner. It's one dude with 20% health against a full team of 5, and he's just running away and hiding in a corner. Now, I get that that's what AI would want to do, because you want to, you know, character will try to prolong life. There's no way he can fucking win, and all it's doing is making the battle go for longer. I think I want to finish this game. Oh, that actually was a... Right. I guess it wasn't a big old battle. Am I... Wait, what the fuck? Am I missing someone?
Let us trace the Joe.
Uh...
Leaving, are we?
I swear, Gembert. Where the fuck's Gembert? Oh, did he die and I didn't notice? Ah, fuck. Yeah, unfortunately, unacceptable. Please, okay, create a manual. He's there. So he must have died in that battle. Yep. How did I not notice?
Now I'll show you.
I guess just be a bit more careful, please. Yeah, also, this isn't a random ads battle. This actually is a... Oh, for God's sake.
We will try.
Banhammer has been released. I'm not happy with Ramza and his arrangement, like how Ramza's setup is currently.
How about that, eh?
Okay, so let's move you up a little. Maybe not next to someone. There. Just want to be able to hit this dude. I don't know what's going on with that earthquake thing. Toad is what happened. Maybe before as well. Token, you can use... Okay, fine.
No room for error.
No, she really should heal.
Time to heal.
As far as I'm aware, the only thing that removes a party member is if they die and their 3 things go away. So I must have just completely missed that. I don't think him being a toad at the end of the battle is going to mean he's not longer available for the character. Sorry, thinking. Please, come on, please. It's not that. That's not that far. You can definitely hit him. Good.
Here I go.
I don't know if you can wait this stuff out, to be honest. I mean, if you want to have a crack at it, mate, go Firaga on these motherfuckers. You gonna change back, or does it? I really wish I brought my healer in. Fuck you, man. Shield parried Firaga. Okay. You cannot move in. This is fucked. You've like changing him to ignore elevation has made him absolutely useless. This is stupid. At least move you to there. Unhappy with setup. Mm-hmm. Yeah, enough. Dude. That's not a huge amount of damage for him. Expect he would have been able to do a bit more than that. Okay. I wonder if I just move him around, it'll distract someone. In theory, if she goes there and she uses Shockwave in that direction, it will hit also Ramza, but that's probably okay. Ramza parried it, that's fine.
Newfound strength.
You're getting more damage from me turning around and hitting you back. Nowhere I can move to is going to let me hit him.
Come then.
Okay, we want to see if we can knock this guy out.
The earth's wrath flows through my fist. Fall!
She's got a battle chant. Excellent. Don't have many turns left till he's gone. Doesn't heal him. Good. Fuck me drunk. Shit. All hands on deck. Tell me that worked. Okay, things are looking good. Main thing I'm worried about is the microphone is working, which it seems to be working, so that is good. Lots of money and some things.
Yes.
In certain battles, that might be useful. Currently, it is not. Double hands probably also a good. Swim is also probably a good thing. I might just quickly. I've been using a Ramza. grams of jog. Definitely had a site I was using for this. Best Ramsar builds. Don't want a video. So Squire, Samurai / Monk. Shihadori. What the fuck is Shihadori? Presumably that. Hang on. No? No? Work towards Arithmetician to unlock damage split, a reaction ability that reflects half the damage back. Okay. So yeah, try and pick up things. I should really be switching.
Right then.
Okay, Agrius on Monk. So I just want to keep an eye on, like, okay, she's gotten to level 5. Agrius, sorry, this is slow but boring. Well, yeah, it's not necessarily boring, so I'm just going to have a look at what Agrius needs. Let's level it, guard. Saved, love it. So just, yeah, if you're not sure where to put her in not a geomancer. Other than that, she should be trying to learn stuff. Ninja Jewelers go there. Yeah, so she's probably trying to get to Ninja. I think I just needed a Monk for the damage, didn't I?
This will serve.
Yeah, with you, I'm not sure that we've got you on the right class currently, because you've learnt like every item you possibly can. I mean, auto potions on a... I mean, sure, but fucking hell, man. Like, what has he currently got for that? What does that fit? JP boost? I'm not sure. Yeah, it's the reflect one, isn't it? So if I go back a bit, it's so instead of counter tackle, because you're a that's not a useful thing for a.
Need something?
Okay, we've got you dual wield. For ninja. So you've got Geomancer as level 5 as well. Right, time for some degree, I think.
I can do this.
Just keep picking up abilities, I think. Nissia. I think for the most part we are happy with just having you as a... Well, we need to get you learning the rest of these. Yeah. You need to hang out in Y Mage so we can learn those. And you should have... Geez, you didn't get a lot of... Jesus. So I've got, so that is a, so fighter, archer, fighter, white mage. Can probably drop out Agrius for a fight or two, particularly if it's not a critical one.
Just try to stop me.
I won't disappoint you.
And I'm probably going to get a black mage there as the thing as well. Kind of feel like I want to just keep going with the powerful units.
Onward. It's time.
It's time for some story. I should probably take a break. I just don't know what I need.
The heretic Ramza Baelv. So yours was the band that came through Daguerre Pass.
Yes, it was.
I am Meliadul Tenjil of the Knights Templar. I will have vengeance for my brother.
Tenjil. Then your brother.
Isilud was heir to our house, and I loved him since first I beheld him in his crib. But you butchered him, like you did the others at Riovanas. To commit such savagery, you are more demon than man. By order of His Holiness, I will grant you a death befitting a heretic. For you, Ramza Baelv, there is no forgiveness.
Okay, knock her out. Just check. I can. I bought crickets for the lizard today, and they are chirping incessantly on the kitchen bench, and I can hear it, but I don't think the microphone's picking it up. If you can hear crickets chirping in the background, particularly when I'm not talking. That's what it is.
No holding back.
Unit in this situation. The amount I want you to just get you up on this roof so we can take pot shots.
Right there. Onward.
Surprised that hit, to be honest. Alright, well, we've got to figure out how to get up there, so... Yeah, fair enough. Sick. Oh, fucking hell. Are you shitting me? I can't get up there. I don't like this running around not actually being able to do anything bullshit. Now I needed ignore elevation. This is really shit. Like...
I must grow strong.
I'm just checking out the screen for like places I could put my various bits and pieces. I think I just need a skinnier, just a sub bar. The box is a bit big. Would have guessed that. Wonder if this will hit. Yeah. Chipping away at it. Okay, you don't do much damage. Did that unstop her? That's the question. Oh, and she gets healed each turn. Excellent.
I am not your brother's killer.
Oh.
Had you seen what happened at Ivalice, you would understand. No mortal hands could have carried out such slaughter. The one responsible was twisted by the power of the Oricite into a Lucavi.
A Lucavi. So demons of Eld walk among us, killing for their own delight. A splendid tale. But a lie less fanciful might better persuade.
It is no lie. They keep the truth from you as they did your brother. Even the High Confessor is but a puppet, dancing on strings he cannot see. The Zodiac stones are much more than holy crystals to be revered. They hold real power, the power to work wonders. That power manifests the heart's innermost desire, and in itself it is neither good nor evil. Yet there are those who seek to use the stones to evil ends. These are the masters you unknowingly serve. Listen to me, Meliadul. Your commander Fulmarv has been deceiving you.
Do you think to convince me with this prattle? You are a fool indeed. Lord Fulmarv is my father, and I will believe his words over your slander, heretic.
Your father. My turn.
Jesus. That's an insane amount of information. For the fight before, where I fought like 5 dudes in the forest, there's like just pages and pages. Where am I? Yeah, it is Beravania. Okay. I don't know what I think. Just, yeah. Okay, so for each fight, this website gives you an overview, recruitable characters, enemies, recommended party composition, walkthrough, treasure locations, rewards, and related guides. That is too much. Brush her. Yeah, I need elevation, equal elevation, dual wield. God damn it. I mean, I haven't lost it yet.
I must do all I can.
I can't go on like this.
Oh. She's stopped as well still, who cares? Okay, well if I can't hit him as well, then let's go back one. I thought Explosion does
Some treatment.
the full health. Typically does in other Final Fantasies. Oh, did she just lose stop? It's fair. Fuck off. Why can't I?
By the gods.
I can't get near them to actually kill, like... Because you would have seen that coming, definitely, yeah. Can I even hit her?
My brother fought to save this blighted land. I share that dream.
These fights are shit. Looking at notifications.
And extreme though our methods may seem, it is the only way to deliver salvation to the people of this realm. Even you must realize that revolution must happen now. With each wasted moment, the land sinks further into a mire of misery and death. Revolution exacts a price, but what price too high to see Ivalice born anew? Every birth must be baptized in blood, and to quail before that blood, leaving others to dirty their hands in one's stead, is weak and vile.
Be right back.
For the sake of the realm, I would fain stain my hands crimson 1,000 times over. You shall have no mercy.
That was always going to do that amount of damage, I suppose. Just very curious. If I pull this off, it's going to be by the skin of my fucking teeth. Bugger. Let's just drop someone. No. What the fuck, man? Oh, she can throw it, but it's like, what the actual fuck? How does it miss?
On your feet.
I'm grateful.
I've done well.
You. Cool. So insta death again now? Yeah. What the fuck, dude? Ram's like I've managed to change him from movement +2 to ignore vertical, and then he was useless, and now I put him back on movement +2, and it's made him useless because I need vertical. Like, come on. This game, sorry, I'm just whinging at this point. This game like begs you. It's like, hey, you're gonna have to use a walkthrough, or you have to just go into a fight, figure out all the fuck things, then go out of the fight, like reload a save, do all the stuff you need to be able to beat the fight, then go back and do it. Like, it's not a. Rah.
No turning back.
Please.
Please believe me. I am not your enemy. Others you ought to be fighting. The Zodiac Stones harbor a terrible power. Power that allows the darkness in one's heart to spawn the Lucavi.
Order, please.
The man who was your father is gone, replaced by a demon in body and mind. The Lucavi are as real as you or I. 'Tis they who are the true foe.
Are you talking to a dead person?
Still you persist,
Yep.
heretic. Do you not tire of your own lies? How pitiful that a son of the great house Beowulf should so seek to blame others for his sins. It is not enough that you failed to realize your own destiny. You would drag the name of your house through the mud as well. If you've any honor still, you will submit to your punishment and beg Lord Barbeneth's forgiveness in the hereafter.
My Lord Father would find no fault with my deeds. I would hope that he watches me from above with pride.
Okay.
Rather than concern yourself with him, you would do well to look closer at your own sire, who succumbed to the Orosite's allure.
Yeah. You should do that.
You fight well. Small wonder Wigraf fell to you. Hear me, heretic. When next we meet, your blood will soak the earth.
Hey man, sorry, I did not have chat up on my screen. You've been blocked on both. Hang on. First time chat complex player. You have been blocked on both ends on both bottlenecks. Oh yeah, sorry. I didn't realize you were talking about the game for a second. I'm like, what bottlenecks are we talking about? Yeah, complex. Like, sort of. So I was whinging in that fight. Hang on. I should read all your comments. Yes. Yeah. You got 4 forward. Yeah. No, it's more. I've only just come. I hadn't played this game in a month, so I've kind of lost all the memory of like, okay, this person can do this, and I'm kind of Pokemoning it, where I'm just kind of brute forcing all the fights rather than using like silence and whatnot. Like, I just got frustrated because when I fought on this one, I had put on ignore verticality so I could climb heights, and then it's completely flat, so it was pointless, and then he was useless. So I put back on movement, and I go to this fight, and you need verticality. So it was just frustrating to be like, cool, I keep switching my characters because they were useless in the last fight and making them useless in the next fight. But you are correct. To be honest, I find all of the fights where it's like, kill one person. It's like, well, I guess I'll just kill that one person. Who would have thought? Also, welcome, Complex Messiah. Good to see you here. Yeah, I'm not sure what the WoW was about, but it's probably, I'm going to assume it was something on me. Yes, I would assume so. I very silly didn't have chat up, so I couldn't see you guys talking. I thought I'd set up an alert for that. It's supposed to make a noise when there's chat. I will. You have a 10-pack of Asahi's. I might have a beer or two. I need to not get as excited in this stream, but last night I didn't sleep for hours afterwards. Whereas I need to kind of finish the stream and go to bed today. That's fair. School night.
Right.
Ready.
Ready as ever.
Very well.
At the ready.
Yeah, work tomorrow.
These waters look to be a formidable natural defense. Let us watch our footing.
Oops, sorry, got to play the thing. It's interesting. It's a story battle, but it looks like just a random battle in the environment. These ones tend to be quite a bit harder. I mean, you can knock out like 8 in a day, can't you? They take time though. Back when I was doing that stuff, it was like half an hour a pop because you have to actually submit your application or something these days, don't you? Like evidence of the application, so it can't be this half-assed. Whatnot. The thing that got me is that you could only apply for jobs that were kind of within your wheelhouse, and I'm like, but what if I want to try and do something different? Like, I don't know. The rules were weird. Like, the rules seemed like they had gotten worried that people would be fake applying for jobs, and went, and then without actually like looking at if people were doing that or not and how they were doing it or anything like that, they just went, I guess we'll do this to make sure that can't happen. Now, if you zoom out a little bit, ultimately people on the dole, if they want to fake apply for jobs, they're going to. The thing about the dole is it's punitive as fuck. Like, it's half of... it's not minimum wage. Poverty wage, isn't it? Like, the poverty line? It's half of that. So the impetus to get off the dole is not so much, hey, like, we're going to force you to apply for enough jobs so that you will actually get a job eventually. It's the money is so shit that you'll want to get a job. Like, that's why people don't want to be on the dole. It's fucking the system. It's like, there should just be, hey, there should just be people trying to help you get a job as opposed to just a quota of like, hey, you have to apply for this many. And when you say GP, do you mean doctor? Self-managed come from... Yeah, I mean, if they're not worried about you too much, that's good. It was weird for me because I had been working for ages, and it was just during COVID and finishing my PhD. Like, I'd had been paying tax for like a decade, and then we're like, hey, like, I've got no job at the moment. There's not really jobs out there to get. And then during COVID, there was no fucking work, and they're still like, no, apply for 40 or 20 or whatever it was. I think I went from 20 to 30 in a month. Also, I was doing it or something stupid. Because I had an engineering degree, like, you should be applying for engineering jobs. I'm like, you don't want to apply for 30 engineering jobs a month. Like, that will make you not get jobs. I'm glad at least they're doing the right thing by you. And yeah, 100%. I mean, 802, that'd be with rent assistance as well, I imagine, which is not actually counted in how they, like the, you're supposed to get enough to cover the poverty wage before you worry about rent, from, I think, as far as the World Health Organization is concerned. Yeah, you mentioned that. Separation certificate as in like your old job was like, hey, we had to make you redundant or whatever. Nice. Yeah. Good. Well, at least with irrespective of my rant, at least it's not sort of the same shitty system for everyone. I can't do anything good. A couple of my characters are feeling useless lately, and I don't like it. Oh, hang on, you're a fucking archer now. That's right. Got them in leveling mode. Fair enough. Yep, that 11. It's weird because you still see, so the ban's in. You don't see vapes in stores so much anymore that I've noticed any. And what? So they're supposed to be like prescription ones from the pharmacy now. But the sheer number of people you see cruising around with those custom vapes everywhere, like, I guess they could have had a stockpile or whatever. Like, it's only illegal to sell them now, or not necessarily. If you had one and you'd stocked up, that might be okay, possibly. Oh, that's it. I was watching a video of it. I don't know if it might not have been in Australia. Fair enough. I mean, to be fair, that's what cops are there to do. I was watching a video of a guy that was saying he used to smoke cigarettes, moved into vapes, and possibly he had a prescription one, or he was overseas. Either way, he said that, oh, like I buy a cartridge, the cartridge is 5,000 hits, or at least like, you know, a full cartridge is 5,000 hits. And hang on, I'm trying to remember the exact. I think he was going through, so like a cartridge more than one time a day. So he vapes continuously. Like you said, like first thing he does when he wakes up is vape, thing last thing he does is vape, and then pretty much continuously throughout the day. And he was going through a 5,000 hit thing more than once a day. So a couple of times a day. And then someone's like, have you ever done I don't know if they asked him or someone else, like, what's the maths on like packs of cigarettes versus 5,000 hits? And it was 14 packs of cigarettes. So this dude's smoking like 14 plus. Actually, no, I think he was doing 5,000 hits a day. So he's smoking the equivalent of 14 packs of cigarettes a day. Back before vapes existed, like they have a thing in medical things called pack years. It's like how many packs of smokes did you smoke per day per year? So it's like, okay, well, I've smoked, you know, for 1 year I smoked 2 packs a day. For another year I smoked 3 packs a day. Next year it was 1 pack a day. So on average that'd be 2, right? And like I don't know what the biggest numbers was, but like, you know, smoking more than 6 or 7 packs of cigarettes per day is kind of hard to do because your body can't handle it. Whereas you take out the tar and everything and suddenly, yeah, equivalent nicotine. Like obviously but yeah, that's not good. It's not good. Like, everything in moderation. If you want to vape, if you want to smoke, that's your choice. But like, oh. Yeah, I mean, so as someone who did used to smoke, you notice. Oh, she can't throw it. When you're smoking, like if you have two smokes back to back, it's hot and it burns. Like there's a feeling of like, oh, and like even as so the first time you have a cigarette, you'll get head spins, and then if you go back to them, you'll get head spins. But when you're smoking, you won't get head spins off a cigarette usually. But if you smoke too many, like in a row, you'll get head spins. Like you have this feeling of like, oh, like I know when I've smoked too much because I have, like, it's the same feeling you get when you had your first one. I don't think you get that with nicotine. Like when you're vaping, there's not that kind of like, oh God, I'm having too much, which is risky as fuck. Because like even alcohol does that. If you have too much alcohol, your body's kind of like, hey, this is poison. So nicotine salts wouldn't have the half-life. It'd be the nicotine itself that would have the half-life. So it's when we talk about half-lives in terms of dosage, things like that, it's the active ingredient. So if you're talking like Panadol's a good example. Like it's acetaminophen, I think it is. Or we call it paracetamol. I think the actual chemical name is acetaminophen, something like that. The acetaminophen might also be attached to a salt. I don't think it is in this case, but it's attached to other things. It's not the half-life of the entire compound, it's the half-life of the active ingredient, so the acetaminophen. Again, I'm probably saying that incorrectly. So anyways, it'd be the nicotine, which is disappearing really quickly. I would want to fact check that. So when if you've got like something salt, it's just has a sodium or a chloride on the end of it to turn it into a salt. Salts could be reduced, so you can take away. You can salts will dissolve in solution, and then you can evaporate them back into a salt. So it's just like the only way it could be like crack if it's actually a different nicotine compound. So it's like a slightly different compound. Which I would be surprised if it would have to also be present in cigarettes, or at least similar enough for it to be approved. Yeah, check. Is the nicotine in vapes different to cigarettes? I spelled cigarettes wrong. Nicotine in... I'm not using AI. New South Wales Health. Yeah, so chemical... So it's nicotine is nicotine. So it's the same compound in both. I don't like using AI overview, but so nicotine in vapes is chemically the same as cigarettes, because it kind of has to be. Like there's one active chemical that we're addicted to. You can have slight variations in it, but it's more if nicotine exists within like tobacco, it's going to be bound organically versus the solution which you put into a vape where it's been isolated. Isolated's the important part there. It doesn't matter if it's like a solid within a leaf or a salt within a liquid. Also, it probably wouldn't be a salt within a liquid. It's getting more complicated. It's effectively the same compound. What is certainly true is when you smoke a cigarette, like a Marlboro Red, you're getting a certain amount of nicotine. With a vape, you're getting a lot more nicotine. Single vape could hold the equivalent nicotine of 20 to 50 cigarettes. And so probably the bit I'm talking about with cigarettes, the thing that would actually slow you down and make you feel like shit, is the fact that with cigarettes you get tar, carbon monoxide, and carcinogens, like all the smoke. Whereas you're not getting, you're probably not getting that stuff. Freebase and salts. That will be to do more with the concentration within the solutions, and how it is again chemically bound. You can modify. I mean, so benzodiazepines are a good example. So it is the same active ingredient, but with different tails on the end to make it last shorter or longer, anything like that. Active ingredient is the same. We're actually having the exact same thing. Like the same active ingredient can do different things the same active ingredient can do different things under different scenarios. But that's but you're on the same point. Like one of the reasons they wanted to get rid of the illegal vapes is because the dosages were just off the fucking charts, and people were just like the manufacturers were just increasing them and increasing them and increasing them as the tech was allowing it to kind of like you could burn more and the cores were getting better and blah blah blah. At least to my understanding. Crazy. Yeah, so nicotine salts are salts formed from nicotine in an acid. They are found naturally in tobacco leaves. What is the purpose of nicotine salts? Nicotine salts are thought to amplify the level and rate of nicotine delivery to the user. The speed of nicotine salts uptake into the body with the use of electronic cigarettes is close to the speed of nicotine uptake from traditional cigarettes. So yeah, what it will come down to is with a cigarette, you're taking a handful of nicotine. With a vape, you're taking a bucketful or a bigger container. It's just the amount you're chucking in at once will be different. Which kind of aligns with what you were saying in terms of like people need a lot more, because if you keep doing bigger hits, they will drop off quicker and you'll want more and more. Nah. Yeah, I mean, it's so you're not going to get a salt when you burn something. So the hang on, let me go back to your comment go. So when you combust something, any compound, what you're actually doing is ripping it apart and you're ionizing it. So you'll tear off all of the ions, your chlorides and things like that. So any salty compound is likely to be torn apart. So that's why it's like, well, actually not any, some, depends on what they are. But yeah, fire is a chemical reaction. Yeah, hang on, I have a thing for this. If I do that, and then that, did it work? No, it did not. Something that's still broken. Oh, I was going to try and get Notepad up and show it on the screen. Fire is really interesting. So fire is a chemical reaction between carbon. So you get carbon and hydrogen from like wood, hydrocarbons, also oil, gas, that's all that stuff is. And then you need oxygen, right? So wood, oxygen. The hydrocarbons are ripped apart as part of the fire process, and you end up with free hydrogen, free carbon. The carbon bonds with oxygen from the atmosphere, and you get CO2 and carbon monoxide and CO. So CO2, carbon dioxide, CO, carbon monoxide as smoke. So that's hence why fires need to be outside, because carbon monoxide can be very bad for you. Also carbon dioxide, but anyway. And then fires produce water. So the hydrogen, you get hydrogen. You get two of those and one oxygen, they bond together, you get H2O. That's why fires sizzle. Like there's actually water being created continuously as part of the fire. It's also why hydrogen engines in theory are like really safe, because you combine the two things, you combine the hydrogen and the oxygen to combust them. When you combust the hydrogen and the oxygen, you end up with water. So if you had a hydrogen car, what comes out of the tailpipe is water. Yeah. The funny thing about fire is you'll also get mechanical effects as well, but that's not unusual. Plasma is no. So plasma, you need much more heat. Flame is hang on. I think it's just free radicals. Yeah, the flame is a highly exothermic, so exothermic means giving off energy. Chemical reaction called combustion, where fuel reacts with an oxidant, usually oxygen, and produces new compounds and energy. So again, you've got hydrocarbons, probably the easiest one. Let's say six carbons surrounded by hydrogens. That's all getting ripped apart, like highly exothermic reaction, with them the individual compounds then rebonding. And because there was, if you compare the energy of the original hydrocarbon with how much energy is in all the molecules that are formed afterwards, there's some left over. So you end up with heat, noise, light. The flame's color depends on the material being burned and the temperature of combustion. Plasma is... hang on, let's get that one right as well. It's the fourth state of energy. Fourth state of matter, sorry. Yeah, so you're on the right track. You just need to be a lot hotter. So fire burns at like 400 to 2,000 degrees, depending on what you're doing with it, if memory serves. Like with bellows and shit. Plasma is more like sun temperature, so like 5,000 degrees. So... An ionized gas, superheated atoms with free electrons found in stars, lightning, and auroras. Lightning is the best example. Lightning is plasma. Yeah, it's weird because it's a superheated ionized gas with free electrons and positive ions. So free electrons is just electrons bouncing around. Positive ions is, say, a helium, which should be 2 electrons, 2 protons. Because it's lost its electrons and they're just bouncing around freely, it becomes an ion, like a positively charged thing. So there's so much energy that these things aren't actually settling down and bonding back together. Distinct from gas, but beyond liquid solid states. So, yeah, plasma is tricky to wrap our heads around. Yeah, you also wreck your microwave, won't you? Okay, sorry, I'm playing the game. Actually, when I finish this game tonight, good luck.
It's far from over.
You just shut up and actually play it if I want to finish it.
The journey is never ending.
I'm grateful.
Really? Like, I mean, what about put like so it doesn't do the same damage as putting something metal in there? Come on. Why do I... The number of times that I am attacking someone and leaving them, like... So it's something with 190 health, and I leave it with 1. I want to Google it for... I mean, I could just don't want to wreck my microwave. Oh, I've been going for nearly 2 hours and I haven't had a break. Look at me go. That's one of their characters, right? Yeah, mine are still kicking. I believe so, because it has revived. Yeah, I might. I might take a like couple of minute break in a sec. Pretty decent queue you got there, mate. How is that movement +2? Yeah. I mean, don't you just assume it's a brown snake? Or is it more like it's moved in and you're just trying to figure out whether you have to, whether you can leave it alone, let it do its thing, or have to kill it? Fuck you, man. Just fuck you. I admit I am not across the typical environment for brown snakes. We definitely get brown. We used to, well, they probably still do. Wouldn't have stopped because I left. Where I grew up, you get brown snakes. Was it red belly black snakes as well? Which also aren't particularly friendly. Well, actually, that's unfair. They're friendly. They just, if they bite you, you will die. Fair enough, yeah. So she's an archer, so this is actually right. Fair enough.
My turn.
Oh my god.
Trust in yourself. I must grow strong.
Okay. Let's just get through this first. And then maybe I'll take a quick break and get some beer as I have been requested. I'm still drinking the beer I made, which I'm happy about. Also, where the hell is my phone? I was like so disorganized. I'll the hell is that emote? I kind of like that emote. TwitchCon hype. Fair enough. Extra Emily. All right. I got some new emotes coming.
Onward.
Wasn't this dude nearly dead?
Excellent.
Whatever it takes.
All right. We'll watch whatever cutscenes we're going to get from the back of this. Pew pew. That's going to be PewDiePie, I take it? I do kind of like that one as well. Okay, I am going to chuck you guys on. Be right back. You'll get some sick music, and I'll be back in a Hitotsu Buru Kudusai. Get a beer, please. Yeah. All right, well, I'll put you on. Be right back, and I'll be right back with a beer. Good timing on the music. Sorry, just playing around with the yeah, it's fine. Everything looks good. Oh, I should need to do my characters. On that, I thought about that whilst I was up. we were talking about saying cheers in Japanese in before I went to Italy, and I think I was going on about how it's like we were saying chin chin in Golden Guy, and you were like, I doubt it because that means penis. Do you remember? Yeah, so I fact checked that. I had a chat to Kate about it. I'm like, when we were in Golden Guy and drinking the lemon yuzu with the girl who's barely spoke a lick of English, what was the cheers that we were doing? And she's like, kampai. I'm like, right, not chin chin. She's like, no, what the fuck? Chin chin is what did they say? Probably France. It's supposed to be Italy, France, and Britain. I didn't hear it in Italy at once. Yeah. So yeah, I was definitely wrong on that one. What, me misremembering and getting it wrong? Yeah.
All proceeds precisely as you and yours have planned. Yes. And it will not end as either line hopes. Larg and Goltana will meet their deaths once battle has begun. Yet cut off one head and two more spring. So naturally their closest allies must die with them.
I mean, I'd like to think I would have figured it out. Maybe not. I definitely embarrassed myself plenty in Italy. Just because Kate had better Italian, so like often I would just be like, hey, I'm just, can you take care of this one? And she'd muddle through. But after a couple of days, we just kind of got the hang of it. Like you walk in and you stand at the counter and you get a si or a prego. You just you're like due cornetto, due cappuccini or due espresso. And often you'll get the plurals wrong. Like you don't say duo cappuccino, you say duo cappuccini, which is the plural of cappuccino. Whereas cornetto. So I wonder if we should have been saying cornetti, cornetto, duo cornetto. Might have got that wrong. But early on, there was a lot of like walking in and them going, see? And we're just kind of standing there just going, yeah. But once that clicked, it was good. Yeah, I just ignore that. It's fine. They work it out. It's the same like that in most languages. Like, you know, dogs are male and cats are female or whatever.
I answer to no one but myself. Meaning what? Meaning I would not think twice of killing you, Ramza, should the hour come.
I also did like at least 6 years of German in school. And I mean, it helped with Duolingo, but I've learned a lot more German on Duolingo than I ever did in school.
Delita, you could come with me. I cannot join you. She needs me. Far too much to leave her now. Avilia. One army has crowned a king, and the other a queen. But only one will rule. The one who outlives the other. The church itself favors neither. For what it desires,
Why?
puppet whose strings the High Confessor will hold. And happily for them, both Orinus and Avilia are well suited.
Yeah. If you
And you?
I'm trying to. If you mean like similar to somewhere like your workshopy classes or social not studies, but yeah, you just like one of those like joke classes. Like it's not one of the primary teachers, so they don't know how to like. Often, yeah, either the teacher couldn't keep control of the class, or the students would act out more. So you just end up with like it not being a particularly good learning environment. Yeah.
You must think this strange. No.
Yeah.
I understand only too well.
It's interesting. So when I went through school, similar, like, you know, management children unite. NAPLAN wasn't a thing. There was standardized testing, but it was like we go and do maths and science tests and you get like a distinction or a high distinction. It was more just to compete within your school and blah, blah, blah. Got a heap of high distinctions doing that shit. That was fun. But I think I went through school in the era of if I wasn't doing well, your report card would reflect that, and it was, hey, parents, what the fuck are you doing? Whereas, to my understanding, it's swung to now, my child isn't doing well, teacher, what the fuck are you doing? Which, vehemently disagree with that. That is not how it should be. But there has to have been a swing, like, between when I went through school and if it's gone to that now, there must have been like this incremental shift of like people a couple of years after me were like, oh, actually, you know, fucking we could just fuck around and then get the teacher in trouble because we just tell the, you know, yeah. I mean, to be honest, you go to Italy and retardo is on signs everywhere. Just means like slow down or So retardo also means like, you know, decrease your speed, kind of like, or it's in retardo, I think. Yeah. Interesting, like it's. I was gonna say, like, it's definitely got its own culture. I mean, they all fucking, so does France and Germany, even like that. It's interesting some of the cultural differences in Italy. It's one of the. Yeah, fair enough. So it must have been like I got like 6-7 years on you. So it's, I mean, obviously it's happened in the last 30 odd years. There's plenty of time for it to have happened.
You are the leader Hyrule of the Black Ram Knights. What are you doing in the presence of a known heretic?
You see me. You must not live to tell of it. In this at least, Ramsay, it seems we must fight side by side.
As if, yeah. I had something to say and I forgot it.
They are no more than pawns in this game. They know nothing of the plot or the secret of the Aura site. They simply carry out their orders. If we explain what has happened, they may well listen. We might avoid needless bloodshed.
Yeah, I mean, even when I was going through, because like computers came in. When I started primary school, there was no computer room. Would have been around year 3 or 4, and they're like, actually no. When I started, there was probably a couple of computers in the library. So there was no like there was maybe 3 or 4 in the library. Then there was 8, and they would upgrade them. They'd be like Apple Macintoshes and shit like that. And then eventually they took, I think, like a storeroom. There was like a music room on one side of a hallway, and the other end was like a room we'd never really gone into. And then like it had benches around the outside, so it's perfect. So they've set up all these like old ass computers that had just the green screen, like it had no color. Color was later. So even that, like, so it's someone who'd gone through 3 or 4 years before me wouldn't have had computers at all. So it's just it feels like when I went through, there was a pretty big period of change with like computers coming in and then the internet coming in when I was, actually, to be fair, having computers and internet come in whilst you go through school probably is some of the biggest changes you're going to see. Like social media would have been a big one as well, but not really a positive one, I wouldn't think.
Every bit helps.
You didn't have computers. I would have thought, like, I suppose it would depend on, like, school to school, there would be differences. Please. Thank you. Yeah, the other thing that's interesting is, So productivity is something that's you need to increase over time. So productivity is just a measure of how much work a person can get done per hour, or just per unit of time. And as you'd imagine, as we've progressed from like steam power through to microchips, productivity is increased, right? Like the amount of time it takes to the time it takes for me to write a page of something and then send it to say you has increased dramatically. Like previously I'd have to write it by hand and then mail it or whatever the fuck it was, and now it's just like, no, type it out, send it. Maybe I'll just record you a video or voice note, right? Like so productivity has gone through the roof since like, over the last couple of 100 years. However, since about maybe 2009-ish, productivity has just gone wah. And if you plot it against sort of when smartphones were introduced, it lines up. Like, yeah. Zuckerberg, Bezos, and Musk is in a big rush to catch up. And Bill Gates didn't. He acts like a nice little guy, but the actions do not necessarily align with that philosophy. Yeah, it's listening to a podcast on the way back from the hockey game, and did I just pin a message? Jesus. Hang on, I think ads are running, so maybe I'll shut up for a sec. What is it? Like, it's someone will have tried it and probably like almost got it to work, but hello, there we go. I think I stepped on the mic cable, maybe. How'd your multi go? Fine, just whatever. I don't care. Yeah. I need to set up a program so like ads running comes up on OBS so I can actually tell. 39 of 42 legs. 42 legs. What the fuck? That's a lot of legs. Can I not get up there? Is that what's happening? Oh, okay, I have to go around the back. Interesting. I mean, if it comes off, I may be interested to. I mean, you've sent me the link. I could probably just create an account and see what you're looking at. But so, right. So you put on a bet that had 42 different things that needed to happen. Presumably, a lot of them are very low odds. Like so. But anyway, and of that 42, the first 39 have come off. I do love English because come off makes no sense, but I'm assuming you know what I mean. Motherfucker. Hang on. No, you're not close enough.
No turning back.
Are the last three also short odds, or are they longer odds? Hang on, where were you? In front of him. Okay, attack him. Fuck you. So they're as likely to come off as the other 30, whatever it was. 39. Jesus, good luck, man. Must be nerve-wracking. Yeah, I mean, the trick with gambling, like anything, is just not to get too invested. If you get too excited about the bet that might come off, it's where you tend to you potentially get in trouble with chasing it. However, yeah, exactly, for $5, it's just the at 39 or 42 in, it's hard not to be like. Alright, I should be able to knock this guy off. You get 6-pack of beers for $5. Or you mean the all day? Like all day is like 4 bets, $20. 6-pack is $20. I remember when they were less than 10. I'm just dating myself at this point. You're just blocking the fucking stairs.
Stand aside.
Are you fucking shitting me, man? I don't think she's going to be able to get close enough. She also won't be able to get past him because he's now, like, he's blocking the path, I suspect. No, apparently not. Yeah, fair enough. You had mentioned that before. So don't look at it when they're in progress. Only look when they're finished. Standing behind a tree is probably not the smartest. Hang on, he can get up there. No, that's good. That's post-Japan? Yeah, well, fair enough. I mean, you've got a relatively unique situation where because you're away from the city center, your expenses are relatively low.
I'm grateful.
I've done well.
Come on.
You have got to be fucking kidding me. Oh, okay. So 10k did you Japan and as well as some leftovers? That's fair. I don't know how much our trip to Japan cost. It wasn't stupidly expensive. This is annoying. Fuck off, man. Oh, did it miss? Oh, yeah, fair enough. Nice. I mean, just going to show it, there's a lot of different ways to make money. Refer previous comment about this game expecting you to go into a fight, learn how, oh fuck, I needed to be able to jump ridiculously high because this thing has a fucking bottleneck. So, like ideally I should just restart this fight, but now it's like fucking sunk cost fallacy. Oh, good. He's confused now. My most powerful character has most recently been reduced to being fucking useless a lot of the time. I don't think he's done that much in this fight. Archer's Bane, jump. Jump would be useful at this point, but... Eat a dick, mate.
notorious heretic, marked to be punished for his heinous deeds against the church. That you should abet this evildoer is utterly
Is this guy actually at 0 health? Or just having a little chat?
his fate.
My choice is made. If it means I must slay each and every one of you, so be it.
You should tremble with fear to mock the heavens so. To slay a man of the club is to wound this fair land's people.
Where are we currently? It's not seen on that one.
Your back on the natural order the Father has bestowed on us.
This dude sounds like a lot of politicians these days.
You hide behind this peace only as it suits you. You invoke the name
You left?
of the Father to subjugate the weak. This peace you hail is a farce.
What the fuck does that mean?
Such as you profane the gods to speak their names.
Such evil must be punished.
Oh yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, your health is a sliver.
Hear me, confessor. If you would but listen.
Conspiracy, you say? I take this to
That's
mean
good.
You would contest your charges for all the good it does you now. Our holy office offered you a forum in which to clear your name, to absolve yourself of the charges of murder and oversight theft. But you discarded this chance like so much night soil. You fled, and in so doing proved your guilt. You have been tried and found guilty. Your only absolution now is in death. The hour of your plea comes too late.
Then you force my hand.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, you know, well, hang on. Aren't tiger snakes still problematic? So sick of Ramza being useless. Like, every turn is just do nothing.
So that man is your childhood friend Delita. And now he is party to the church's plot.
Yeah. Yeah, you do not want to get bitten by a brown snake. I know that much.
I do not blame you for
What, so tigers is like just, you know, tourniquet and get to some medical people as soon as possible?
Yet know that he has objectives all his own, to which end he exploits his masters. He is no danger to us, of this I am certain. Even now he sides with us in battle, does he not?
Fucking bugs.
I fear I cannot trust him as you do. But if truth be told, any danger he poses is not my chief concern. Should it come to it, it's a simple matter of beating him black and blue.
Then what is your concern?
Your feelings, Ramza. I worry that this betrayal would cut you to the quick. Now, I do not think you weak. But betrayal wounds deepest when it comes from those you trust most. And I've no wish to see you hurt.
Thank you, Mustadio. But you needn't fear. He will not betray us.
What maudlin drivel is this? And to spout it in the midst of battle, no less. Still, your friend has the right of it, Ramza. You should expect betrayal from me. Should I deem you no longer useful, I will hand you over either to the church or one of the lions. So, if you wish to stay alive, you will continue to be useful to me. Do I make myself clear?
Yeesh. Okay. Are you actually shitting me? Which means you can do nothing. The level of frustrating that this fucking game has been. You know, I'm like, it's Snakes don't want to hurt us. We just because they're a danger, we have to deal with them. Otherwise, it should just be left the fuck alone. I think people still do that, right? Yeah, I mean it's where I grew up because it's pastoral land, like like wheat and cows and sheep and shit. There's snakes everywhere, so you just part of life. Please kill him. Thank you. Jesus Christ.
How can this be? Great Father, strike down these sinners, that they may feel your wrath.
I should think I know what you're talking about.
Where will you go now, Ramza? 2 errands brought me to Zaltenia. The first was to meet with you.
Pretty much. If you yeah.
Count Orlando,
It depends on the time of year.
the Thunder God.
Now, yes.
I mean to enlist his aid in exposing the church's intrigue.
It's funny. Like most of the places I go around Australia are if you're in tourist areas or like in the city, you're basically fine. You might see one occasionally, but it's likely to be one and it'll stand out because you don't see them very often. Once you get out of the city, you'd be a bit more careful. But typically, around petrol stations, around supermarkets, things like that, they just won't be around. But same sort of thing. If you see one, there'll just be one loose one. And then if you go proper country, same sort of thing. Like where I go to people's farms to do inspections and things like that. Typically, you won't find them as much around farmhouses because the farm people will manage the snakes, right? Like they'll tell you. I have had people tell me it's like, hey, stay away from that shit because snakes, right?
I was sent to keep watch.
But what always got me is like driving the back roads. So, like needing to pee and this just gravel road heading between some like backwater town, another backwater town. And, finding a, corpse of trees and pulling over and like, you're just going, shit, this is long grass. This is a really bad idea. That's where I'm worried about snakes.
Anything you can say to me, you can say to her.
You're the youngest son of House Baelv. Ramza, am I right? Childhood friend to Delita. And nefarious...
Constitutional?
My name is Valma Frelinand.
I see.
I take it you did not come for idle chat.
I've received word. The northern sky moves.
Specifically, or just it's probably just derived. Like you have
Count Orlando.
people have the right to
Same only just
protect and maintain their land, so it falls under that kind of thing,
Duke Goltana.
as opposed to the farmers can kill snakes, dude.
No less.
Clause 11.3.
I'm afraid it's too late, Ramza. We cannot stop the 2 armies from joining battle now.
Yeah, something like that.
No,
Sounds about right.
I won't give up yet. I can still convince the Count to avoid this needless bloodshed.
I might have known you'd say that. Then our paths part once again.
Be safe, Delita.
And you, Ramza.
Yeah. Oh, so the Constitution can be interpreted.
He acts as I expected.
So if someone went, well, there was a person on my farm and I thought they were an animal and so I shot them, that's not going to be an automatic defense. It's like, well, did you take due due precautions, that kind of thing. Like, what risk were you at? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, exactly. There are places in the United States where, because the stuff like the Constitution, which controls all that stuff across Australia, in the US, the states have kind of their different constitutions. And in some of them, they have, like, there's, at least in the past, there were places where there's a story of someone was trying to break into someone's house, was on the roof, fell in, or tried to deliberately break in through the skylight, fell through the skylight onto the kitchen bench, and hurt themselves on a kitchen knife that was either out on the bench or they've, like, knocked over the knife block and whatever else, but was, like, quite badly hurt. So sued the people and won. Which shouldn't be, like, you're committing a crime. In Australia, you can't sue someone whilst you were committing a crime. That's not allowed. Yep, so there you go. There's those. Versus the other end of the scale, where if someone... So in some situations, if someone came into your house, so, 2 a.m, your house is all locked up, and you hear, like, a door get broken open or a window broken, or you just hear someone in your house, you get out of bed and you grab your golf club, whatever the hell it is, and you go and be like, hey, get the fuck out of my house. And if they want to attack you, you can, like, that's fair warning, hey, get out of my house. If they attack you, you can beat the crap out of them. But you can't then keep beating them up until they're dead. Again, this is Australia, but... The thing I find interesting about America is, in that situation, it's inside the house, right? They've come inside your threshold. My understanding is, in parts of America, if someone enters your property, so that's boundary line. So in, like, a residential street, that's probably roughly where the footpath is. Like, so you'll have footpath, and then a boundary, and then, like, someone's front yard. So if someone steps off the footpath onto someone's front yard, they are technically within their rights to shoot them or kill them or whatever. I could be wrong about that. That was just my understanding, but yeah. Oh, look, the proportionate divorce thing is a legal argument. It's never actually, as far as I know, it's never actually come up. Yeah, that Florida thing is fucking insane. The problem is so that you've got two sides of the same coin there. In Florida, you can pull out your gun, shoot someone, and then say, oh, he stepped up to me. And the guy's dead. How does he defend himself, right? So you can just be like, well, fuck it, I want to kill that guy. So bang, he tried to get me. The other side of the coin is, the law. They've clarified the law that says, if someone in Australia, if you have trespassers, you have to use reasonable and proportional force, which means, if it's because what was happening is hikers were walking through, to be fair, private property or commercial property, and being like beaten, I don't think they were killed, but they were being, hurt and whatnot. And it's like, well, you can't do that. Like, they were there by mistake. If you'd walked up to them and said, hey, what are you doing? They're like, oh, we're going for a nice hike. It's like, you're on private property. It's like, are we? Come on. I really want to get off this job if I can. What did I need it for? Double hand. Shit. Was it double hand? Where am I going to get movement +3? Oops.
What is it? For the longest time.
What the?
For the longest
I'm trying to equip stuff. What the hell? What I wanted to do was put him back on ignore elevation, but then also that Battleborn. Oh. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I mean, it's so. Hang on, let's read all the trespasses. Yeah, so the thing is, it was what's getting to before. Like in Australia, there was a big furor in the media over that proportional force thing, and I don't think there was no example. It was the laws were being changed, and a heap of people were like, "Oh no, it'll mean this." It's like, well, no, it has to actually like be interpreted. Like the way this stuff happens is like something does happen, and the cops go, "Well, that's probably going to convict with this law," and then the prosecution goes, "Yeah, we reckon it does too," and then judges decide it. Like it's interpreted and blah, blah, blah. I think that was more of a media frenzy around like, this could mean this than anything actually happening. Yeah, well. Alright. Apologies for the impromptu ducking out. I just checked to see if ads were up, and they were. So I figured it was a good opportunity to take a break because I was getting cold and wanted to put some pants on. Also getting slightly annoyed at this game. So let's see if we can't address that. Hang on, didn't I wanted to learn? Shirahadori. Shirahadori. When receiving a physical attack, the unit's parry rate is the same as its bravery value. Meow. Okay. So that's what I'm here for. Final Fantasy Tactics. Everyone's spelling this incredibly badly. Tactic movement. Go away, I don't want it. Movement plus 3 is a bard. Okay. Which presumably is one of these two. I'll return summoner will have bar between them. Okay. Well, I mean, if that's the next thing to work on, that's the next thing to work on. Okay. What did we have you in here to learn? Ignore the targets. Was it just... Yeah, she needs one more for that. Okay. Is there anything worth learning? That, really? Just need a little level. Alright, you in particular, I'm interested in moving off of chemist. Yeah, and you overshot it by a mile. How have you possibly... White mage, black mage, time, mystic. I need a Mustadio leveling guide. Because I think I need him to be able to do silence and... Mustadio builds. Machinist class. Yeah, which is maxed out. Having access to guns gives Mustadio both long range, reliable turn, and aim shot. These are guns. What do you get with Archer? I don't think that's a direction that's useful for him. Right, Black Mage it is, I guess.
Let's give it a shot.
It's going to be horrendous. Okay, well, you got to put them through the shit they got to go through to get them to the job they need to. Snake catcher coffee, definitely brown snake. Well, that's good. I'm glad. So you're going to stay inside with your feet up from until he rocks up. Right, so you're on Dragoon because we want you to learn probably ignore elevation, which you've nearly got. Interesting. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I hope it's taken care of easily. Apparently, listening to an interview with a snake catcher in Australia, like one of the like more celebrity kind type of ones where it's like, you know, it's a snake near a kindergarten or someone's house or whatever. And apparently, like they'll come and, you know, pull it out from underneath your house or whatever, and then they're legally required to release it within the local environment anyway. So it gets chucked down the road and it will just go to your neighbor's house, is what she was saying. Like you're better off addressing in a residential environment, you're better off addressing the causes of what makes snakes, your house attractive to snakes, not unlike termites, I guess. Yeah, fuck it. Let's give you some damage dealing capabilities. Really? Oh shit. Cats will do that.
Good day to you. Rumours, eh? Will that be all? It's just anything else I can help. That's the spirit. Will that be all? Thank you and farewell. Welcome. Good choice. This is your grand total. Most apps. This is your many thanks. This is your most apps.
Really? He barely gets to use anything. Hopefully he's a anti-venom catcher. I don't know what that means.
May I help with aught else? Don't be a...
Of course.
I just want to make sure. So he's got everything. Yeah, because the two-handed weapons, two-handed weapon. Was this one I was more concerned? There we go. Concerned about. Oh. Oh shit. Well, so they just get like kind of kept in captivity and given a nice life because, hey, you're doing us. You're right. That is nice. Okay. Use this as an opportunity to do some leveling. So definitely Ramza. Who else have I got on? Yeah, I want to get you off Archer as soon as possible. You off Black Mage as soon as possible. You're doing well. I want that one. And then in case this goes poorly... I mean, I kind of want to level her as well, so... Yeah.
Let's try to stop them.
No turning back.
Interesting. That does, like, I won't bother fact checking that. It's interesting that I was talking to my partner about that I typically donate plasma, and as part of that conversation, because there's, like, you know, reasons why you can and can't give plasma and whatnot. It's plasma is, she talked about plasma being a binding thing, and that's why, like, yeah, I think my argument was, in theory, if you don't tick certain boxes on the form, like, hey, you know, you don't meet these certain criteria, giving plasma is better than giving blood. And she's like, I don't know if that's right, because plasma is the binding agent. So, like, you'll actually get, in theory, if it's just plasma, you have more of the whatever the thing you don't want. CSR is a big chemicals company, so yeah. Anyone else see that? Oh, baby. It's baby. That's what's giving up. Nope. It was kind of silly, I guess. Actually, no. We do the focus.
Trust in yourself.
Good thing I cast Protect in the place where she just walked away from. Depends on, yeah, so in a hospital, this is a question you want to ask someone with medical training, but basically whole blood is when you go to give blood, you can give plasma, which is basically just the plasma, just the stuff, you know, only plasma, nothing else in blood, or you give what's called whole blood. If you give plasma, my understanding is blood type is effectively irrelevant, which is why I tend to do that, because I have garbage blood. I think it's A positive. Which means my blood is only good for other A positive people, so it's just not that much value. Whereas my plasma can be given to anyone, so they're like, well, if you can handle it, do plasma, because that way it has more value to it. When you're in a hospital situation, there will be scenarios where I guess in theory whole blood is better, but there will be scenarios where a patient doesn't necessarily need whole blood, they just need something in their veins, so therefore you can just give them plasma, presumably to like boost blood pressure. Again, this is probably, you probably get a better answer by Googling this. Without the medical training, it's just like, I understand this maybe. I just that the last bit of that sentence. He got the skills, and he does the majority of Australia's milking. Yep. Depends on the kind of smoke, I think. that heal it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it healed it. That thing's not damaged, so fire was a bad idea. Probably makes sense against a dragon. Finally, we get to actually do something with the main character. Oh good, Malboros. Interesting. I need to consider the turn order when I'm casting spells, if I want them to be useful. I just get you to attack. No. Well, there's the normal number of blood types, so it's like A positive, negative, O positive, and I think there's B and AB. This all very easily Googled. It's not so much that there's a you can look up stats. This will be all very easily looked up. Like what proportion of the Australian population. It could vary with effectively culture. There's a better word for this. Race, I guess. Like different races will have slightly different genetics that could affect predominant blood types, but ultimately it'll be like 12% or 19% this and whatever else. It is that. So my blood is garbage blood because if I donate whole blood, it can, because it's A positive, it can only go to other A positive people. So my blood can only go to say 10, 12, 5, whatever % of the population. My understanding is the best one is O negative. And potentially that is maybe it's a smaller proportion of the population that has O negative. I don't know. Again, it's very easy to look up. The reason that blood is valuable is that anyone can have it. So their blood is good for anyone. So they don't donate whole blood, and absolutely any person, any blood type can have it. That's what creates the rarity. Yeah. Hang on. There is a dude who I think his job is to donate blood, and the reason why is because his blood somehow contains antibodies that are given to babies, either all babies or the ones that have a certain problem, because somehow this guy's just the magic cure, and there's a bit of a like, what are we going to do when this dude's dead question. I mean, that whole jerk if you don't donate thing is complicated because certain people aren't allowed to donate because of their lifestyle. It's like, I think it might have been changed recently, but you were not allowed to donate blood if you were a homosexual. And it's just like, well, that's just cutting out, 5% of the population? And it was, I mean, I think it was related to AIDS, HIV kind of risk. It's like, well, that's not also as bad as it was. So can we maybe change the laws? Change the rules? Deep water, shallow water. Oh.
Excellent.
No, well, that's there's a reason for that. Like the AIDS thing is predominantly gay men. due to the nature of sexual activities. Holy shit. Prejudices can always be involved in decision making and community sentiment and whatnot, but donation, like the Red Cross and donating blood, has been around for a long time. I suspect their policies are more so set by doctors' recommendations more so than community groups, but the ban had more to do with the risk. It's a risk versus consequence. It's like, hey, like, because I don't know if they do test every bit of blood that's donated, because it would cost an arm and a leg, like to run a full suite of tests. Like you might do some basic, like, just check these things because these are really bad. I mean, you probably should, but it's, again, like, do you spend $1,000 on every blood donation, running every possible test and losing half the volume because you need it for all the tests? When you look at the stats and it's like, cool, we tested 1 million blood tests at a cost of $1 billion, and what we found is that none of them had anything detected by the 10 most expensive of those tests. So we just blew $1 billion for no reason, and we could have seen that from the data. Like you kind of know from the data what proportion of a community, from the data, from hospital data, from, like, you know, medical records and whatnot. You compare what you see in a hospital against the number of, like, the proportion of a community that actually goes into a hospital, and you're like, okay, well, of the entire community, we know that these many people are going to hospital and these many people are having this thing. It's that kind of stuff. Or it's attached to your medical records. But it's more an interview. So when you go to donate blood, there's a little form you fill out. It's relatively, it's very medical, like it's a lot of medical questions. Have you been to certain countries in the last certain period? Have you had intercourse with, particular, I think it's gay men, but it might be broader than that. It asks you some very direct, very specific questions. And if the answer to any of them is yes, then often, or the answer that's, that they don't want, it's thank you for your for your interest today, but we can't accept your blood. So that screening form, I don't know if that, presumably that would be the main stopgap. Also, when you fill your screening form out, you still then talk to a doctor. You go in and have a little chat. That chat with me has typically been to make sure they're like, no, you sure you want to do this? You're here of your own free will. They don't want people to freak out more than anything. But it's also risk, right? Like, if someone had, you don't want people that have, say, particular drugs or whatever in their whole blood, but ultimately, what's the impact on the thing? Is it just like, well, they're just going to get a little high? Not encouraging that, or saying that you should, but, these are the questions we must ask. Also, it just comes down to money, really. So let's do that differently. Wow. That's going to make things interesting. Yeah. They're just hanging out in the water, which is making them difficult to get to. Right? Yep, there were just ads. Again, I'm not across when the ads are running at all anymore. It's keeping vapor cold. As in, like, the vapor cooled. Oh, that will just be like a new type of cooling technology, presumably. Where do I want you? I want you to cast Holy again, so... Kenji? Probably not. No. Right, let's just generate some things. Why is your phone leaking? It'll be very sealed. There's already stuff inside your phone that you wouldn't want to get anywhere near. No chance of hitting. Good. Good. Right, so if I move to here... Oh, let's get the one that's damaged first. It's going to have to be that slow chip. I mean, it's every additional beer is a smaller percentage increase on compared to the previous. You know, your first beer is 100% of the beers you've had. Your second beer is 50%. Third beer is 33%. Fourth, 25. Fifth, 20. Sixth, 16. Seventh, 14. Eighth, 12.5. 9, 11, 10, 10. I can do that for a while, actually. Yeah, out here doing community service.
I must keep at it.
Here I go.
I want you to recover MP so that you can do the big old hurrah holy thing again. That was sick. Sure, whatever you're into. Two, good. So now you should be. That's fine. At least you'll do some damage. T false nuclear. Hang on. As you may have noticed, I'm not wearing my glasses. I've got contacts in from when I was playing hockey. And they're starting to dry out. So, hang on. T false, yeah. Why is it your favorite channel? Sorry, what am I doing? Archer, okay. Nice.
For my lady.
Indeed.
Come on.
You were taking forever to get when I'm trying to get you.
I must do all I can.
What's best course?
I don't want to use haste or something. Anyway. You can wait. You're fine. Yeah, nuclear weapons aren't actually as scary as people think they are currently. So the current gen nuclear weapons don't really produce radiation fallout. They just do a shitload of damage. That's not a good thing, but it's less bad than what people tend to assume. Yeah, nukes are still bad. If there were none, that would be better. But people shouldn't be shaking in their boots. Yeah, I'm often tempted to do that stuff. I just don't like it when people... in the past, I have not enjoyed it when people clapped back, but I think I'm getting better at that anyway. It's just like, if they're... Because if it's a valid argument, you can respond. If it's not, just block people. Like, you don't have to engage with stuff that's just offensive or whatever. Yeah, like, and again, you can go like, hey, this person is clearly mistaken. Here's the thing. And then just go... Here's what they said. That's not correct. Here's what is correct. And then it stands for itself. Sure. T false nuclear. We'll see if it sticks. I tend to watch stuff that I enjoy. Is the I have been... So someone made a video that said that some company had... What was it? Something was tearing a community apart. Something that happened maybe like a month ago. In the video game sphere. It doesn't particularly matter. Either way, some company did a thing. Let's say GTA 6 got delayed by Rockstar, and this guy makes a video that's just like, this decision by Rockstar is like the worst possible thing. Like, I've seen, there's just ample evidence everywhere that the entire community is just completely sick of this, and the game won't sell. Clearly not that, because that's a ridiculous fucking argument. But might have been something to do with dispatch, maybe? I don't know. And I just commented and said, so you've said all of this stuff and provided absolutely no sources, and then off the base of the shit that you said, you've then made the heap of conclusions. So it's hyperbole. That's the name for what you did. Like, you've made this claim that, like, oh, this entire community is up in arms, and then moved on to your conclusion based on that, like, sort of, the start of your essay. But you need to support that essay, and the people are up in arms on the basis that YouTube is full of videos about this kind of stuff, or this happening, or this protest, or whatever. Like, half the time when someone's bitching and whinging about shit on YouTube, it's like because one guy said something on Twitter. Actually, that's also the media. Yeah. I mean, I clearly have the ability to whinge, so. Sorry. All right. I did say at the start of the stream that the plan was I need to go to bed kind of at the end of the stream. So it's going to be like, we're going to aim for tiredness at about 4 hours, and we're approaching 4 hours. So I should be pretty tired. So the yawning is actually planned yawning. Yeah, that's also my idea. You attack people's ideas, not the I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm saying that your ideas are stupid. There's a difference. Makes people feel better, you know? So it's jokes aside, what you're getting at is a very, very important part of being a teacher or a mentor, but teachers probably more so. When I was tutoring at uni, you have to be able to tell someone that they are fucking wrong without belittling them for it. Otherwise, as a teacher, it's like, hey, I thought that, they come to me with, I can't get this thing to work. Like everyone else has got, the beam size should be a 310 UB, and I keep getting it needs to be more than a 610, like the biggest one on the table. And I'm like, well, there'll be a mistake somewhere. Let's have a look. And I'm like, hey, this number here has been calculated incorrectly. And they're like, oh, but it's this. And I have to be able to say, well, it's clearly not because you've got the number wrong, right? But let's not be a cunt about it. It's something at the workplace, not my current new one, the old one. The guy who did the training was a fucking terrible teacher, which is really frustrating because you did all the training in South Australia. Then you go to the other, I never went to Melbourne, but in Sydney, the people in Sydney were amazing and trained really well, and the staff in Sydney were really happy. But in Melbourne, the person that does the training in Adelaide, he knows his stuff. He's been at the company since he was a grad, but he's not a good teacher. The way he teaches is what's called the no hammer, which is like, hey, here's my work. And they're like, he'll say, this is wrong. And it's like, okay, well, can you help me understand what it's supposed to be? He's like, well, what should it be? It's like, well, I think it should be, 70. Because that's why I put 70 down. It's like, well, that's wrong, isn't it? It's clearly wrong. What should it be? It's like, what? I don't know what it's supposed to be. Like, he never did it to me because I won't kind of accept that sort of stuff. And to be honest, the job was pretty easy and I picked it up pretty quickly. He tended to over-explain everything. But with the people that weren't getting it really quickly, he would belittle them and make them feel like shit. Yeah. And it's when you do that, you diminish someone's confidence, which means they want to ask a question because they're like, I'm not sure why this isn't working. You ask for some help. You may get made to feel like you don't know what you're doing. You get given the answer to that thing, but then you'll just sit there next time and you're like, well, I don't know how to actually fix the problem. And then you don't want to ask a question because you've been told that you were stupid last time you asked a question. So just into this like cycle of fucking shitness. And I pointed that out, and it was like, oh, yeah, well, why would we change it? Okay, fine. To be fair, I didn't actually point it out until right at the end, until I left. But it was very obvious to me that he was a shit teacher. The people that, so we had a senior guy start. He was training him. I watched him train him. The guy would come to me and ask me questions afterwards, and I would explain it. And he's like, you're a really good teacher. I understand it now. I'm like, thank you for the feedback. That's great. I'm glad that you understand it now. But he got told he wasn't supposed to ask me questions, and to be honest, I was in the office so much for a while. And then he ended up getting let go before his probation ended. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure if I had been in charge of his teaching, you wouldn't have wanted to let him go with probation. And they were desperate for people at his level. So, yeah, I mean, say the are you fucking dumb? I have seen teachers say that, like probably without the fucking, sometimes with, but yeah, it's not uncommon, particularly in university tutoring, because it's just PhD students. It's a way to, like, it's highly paid casual work. So it's like, well, we'll get the PhDs to do it because that way they can work 10 hours, get a lot of money. So you get people that have often, they're either like, they know their stuff, they're subject matter experts, or they've gone through that course themselves, like I did, and had been good at it several years before. But not just because you're good at you understand a thing does not make you a good teacher. They're completely separate skill sets. You could be a good teacher but not understand anything. Hang on, that's probably all they're the problem. Where are we? We're at 324. That might be worth clipping. I know there's a clip button or something, but hang on. Clip that. Is it just going to load up a clip copy? There we go. There's a button. Yeah. Yeah, so being able to give someone constructive or critical feedback is also really important. The shit sandwich is a bad idea, but if you are in charge of someone and you need to be like, hey, you've done the wrong thing, tell them. Be to be like, hey, can we have a chat? Make it private. Hey, you've done the wrong thing. This is what it is. If let them explain themselves, and then be like, cool, you've done the wrong thing. However, this is why I appreciate you. This is, maybe not such a big deal. Like, you don't want to diminish it. It's depending on what's going on. You tell them, it's like, this is the shit thing that you did. This is why it's a problem if you need to. Please don't do it in future. These might be consequences in future. You outline all the shit stuff, and then you move on to, however, I understand that you're a good employee. You might be going through a hard time. You maybe don't understand the rules. You could be a cultural difference, all that kind of stuff. It's like, this is my understanding. I value you. We would be having a different conversation if we didn't want you to continue at the company. So make them feel good as they walk away. Like, you can't because if you can't do that, I've had bosses that just don't tell people off. So you've just got like rogue people running around changing rules and doing whatever the hell they want, which is what I understand is happening at my old work. Because the manager just doesn't want to tell people off they're just deciding to change the rules. Yeah. I mean, typically that's pretty obvious. I mean, that's counter is probably better in this scenario. Yeah, I mean, that may not be the best example for the rest of the population. Art? I'm going to guess art teacher. Alright, she's level 4. Alright, so we get to move miles away from where we wanted to be. Teeth time!
This will serve.
It probably will be shit, but we're going to do it anyway. Why I haven't had Holy Sword on, I do not know. Probably because they won't. Oh, hang on. They probably won't work. Yeah, sword or a knight sword. Okay. The fuck was that? I mean, it's don't diminish yourself. Some of the there are people who did great things who had achieved nothing by 40 kind of stuff. It's yeah. There's also nothing wrong with a mediocre life, as long as you're having fun and not fucking messing with anyone else, kind of thing. You're already level 3 for thief. Hang on.
Yes.
Okay, I just need to get to level 5. So you've been working on thief for a bit already. Fair enough. Yeah. I can usually have a conversation with just about anyone. I'm relatively good at interpreting myself. So if I need to explain something, I can kind of like find a middle ground or a comparison. I do find that different ends of the spectrum are able to tolerate how boring I can be differently. It's like, hey, you're talking? Yeah, usually the trick's getting me to shut up. Okay, we want these. Yeah, 100%. That's what we're here for. we need to get you through this job as quickly as possible. Because it's hard. Oh, it needs to be 5, doesn't it? Well, I want you to... Black Mage skill, arcane strength. Some skills I don't have yet, potentially. That will be very powerful magic. I'm gonna just leave that one alone. I know what you mean a little bit. I know what you mean. Okay, Mustadia, you're gonna stay on Black Mage for a bit. Gemba, you've been ripping it. You're doing good. Need a little more. And Nisia, let's learn some more. Let's change you to JP Boost. Stone. Still nothing, huh?
I'm here.
First thing we should do. I'd love to give him more, but really I need to move him on to, because he's level 6 Black Mage, get into Time Mage. Or whether it's I just keep him on Black Mage so I can learn all the spells and I've got an actually operative Black Mage. Anyway, it's enough fucking around in the menus. Interesting. Yeah, the fusion's really interesting. If they can crack that, fusion's an interesting one because if fusion gets cracked, it puts all of the oil and gas companies out of business. Yep, free energy. Yep. So, in the same way that you hear a story about some kid in Africa who managed to figure out a way to distill petrol from plastic, which chemically, I haven't, like, I have a fucking PhD in water chemistry, which is not the same as petrochemistry, but from a very high level chemistry standpoint, it's hydrocarbons to hydrocarbons. I mean, plastic is made from crude oil, which is what petrol is made from. So the idea that you could potentially convert plastic into petrol is not necessarily out of the question. I would have thought diesel would have been easier, but I could be wrong on that. Way off base, actually. But the idea that kid kind of cracked the formula and then had to kind of go underground because people started chasing him, that is something I would believe. Like, the idea that the kid cracked the formula is something I kind of want to see evidence and proof of. But the idea that if someone had cracked the formula, that people in black suits would suddenly come looking for you and potentially want to kill you and just like steal your shit, that I believe, because these are billion-dollar companies. Like, they're incentivized to not have their entire industry undercut in such a way that would just devalue their entire, like, that's real bad. Yes, it's one of the problems with capitalism. Capitalism doesn't kind of put humanity first, because, you know, if humanity went first, we would just go and fix all the world hunger problems and blah 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 blah. Is this an official fight? Like, the problem with fusion is getting it to sustain, from my understanding. But if old mate's gonna chuck a video up, then maybe you'll find out more than I know.
Victory is ours.
To battle. That's the last of it.
Tires, or turn tires into petrol. That I don't think is possible. Rubber is not hydrocarbon. Actually, I'm not sure.
And fair winds they are. I should keep it airborne for a half day if they hold. More than enough time.
Polyisoprene. Yep, it's a hydrocarbon. C5H8. It's a weird structure then. Yeah, weird structure. So yeah, also not out of the question. Yeah, I take all of those.
Now there's a creature I had not thought to find in the One might say the same of a Knight Templar so far from the church. What is it you scatter to the wind? Oh, that? Oh.
Yeah, it's so if
There's not what you can do to
the way the world tends to work, I would imagine if there were companies out there that were getting close to cracking fusion, then they might find themselves being swallowed up by oil and gas companies and then suddenly being told to shut their research down. That's a lot harder to do with something like MIT because it's a publicly funded institution. So how do you stop their research?
this. Poison! Indeed. Though it is something of an acquired taste. We cast this fine powder upon the winds toward the northern sky. The toxin will not kill the men who breathe it, but it will strike them
Ansenbergers.
But why? Surely the church does not intend to hand victory to Cortana. Very clever. I'll expect no less of a Beowulf. The moment Goltana hears of the Northern Sky's plight, he will send his armies against them. With his own stronghold unguarded, Goltana will be an easy target for assassination. And Count Orlando with him. But do not think Duke Larg will escape this scourge. He too will die. So you see, we really have thought of everything. Your methods are inhuman. You should rejoice. This will mean an end to war and bloodshed. And with that end, a new beginning. The church's hand shall rule. Such is the will of the people. They clamour for change. An end to grovelling at highborn heels.
I'm assuming there's ads running, which is why I'm holding off answering your question.
Nothing more. Rather than seek to elevate the people, you manipulate their hopes and fears in order to seize power. The war will end, but not like this. There is another way. Mayhap, but you shall have to best me first. Let us see how your strength holds.
Yes, sorry, you're back. So fusion and quantum computers, I don't think that energy supply is currently the big bottleneck. So no, I don't think so, but could be wrong. I know more about quantum than I do about fusion. I just haven't heard the link together. Big problems with fusion are how the fuck how do you store data? The current thinking is something like a black hole. Yeah. Quantum computers are not the difference. It's not just like, oh, you take out the motherboard and put in a different kind of motherboard. They're computers that operate on quantum principles. One of the really interesting things about quantum computers is this idea that they'll be able to crack any encryption basically instantly. That's true. So, the encryption that is bank, like, accessing your bank records, accessing government records, accessing defense stuff, right? there is obviously passwords and layers of things in the way. Obviously, this is only things that are connected to the internet. What you'll find in a lot of scenarios is that ultra secret data will not be connected to the internet. It'll be on like a separate network. But anyway, anything that is encrypted, quantum computers will be able to break that encryption pretty much instantly. The thing is, quantum computers will be the size of buildings. There will be a few of them owned by very big companies because they're incredibly expensive to build and operate. And there'll be evidence that you did that. You can't get rid of the evidence. It's not like, you just wipe your trail. Quantum computers you can't copy and paste. Like there's not this user interface and you can kind of do what you want. It's incredibly restrictive in what you can and can't do. So like this idea that, oh no, quantum computers are going to make encryption meaningless. Like you won't be able to lock your money up in a bank anymore. It's like, well, I don't think someone's going to fork out $7 million to hack my bank account. Like, yeah. What is interesting is that, okay, we've got to kill this guy. So, how come you're doing less damage again? What the fuck? Look, power consumption probably is. Power consumption of the data centers is a far bigger issue, just in terms of like how widespread they are. But like we have power. Like that's a, you know, we can power big things. That's not a big thing. Like the thing that fusion completely fixes is drinking water. Because desalination is incredibly energy intensive. So if you need drinking water, you just take salt water, run it through desalination, go drinking water. You have to add some minerals to it, but that's a water chemistry thing. The reason that we can't just put a desal plant everywhere in the world that there's a problem with water supply and everywhere else as well, and say, here is your water supply, away you go, is because of energy. Like they're incredibly energy intensive. You need power plants, they'll use most of your power plant. Like it's not... The cost benefit isn't there because often where you do need water, there isn't a constant, powerful, readily available source of power. Fusion fixes that. So just water, clean water becomes like just a fusion, desal, done, fixed. No, initially no, because I don't think you. Maybe eventually you would need to be able to sustain a fusion reaction within a submarine. Currently, we can't get one to sustain within like a purpose-built building. So, you know, got to crack that first, and then potentially they can be miniaturized. I mean, the fact that you can have a moving nuclear reactor suggests that you can probably have a moving fission reactor. Yeah. Do you actually know what? So fusion or fission is the same thing. It is the opposite of splitting an atom. So original nuclear warheads used uranium. Uranium is unstable. It is a man-made molecule. It doesn't occur naturally on... Hang on, that's not quite right, is it? Again, uranium, plutonium. Either way, go and watch Oppenheimer. It's a good movie, and they actually describe this in quite good detail. You build up enough of an unstable compound, and then you set up a heap of dynamite right near it, and it destabilizes the enough of the compound that it splits into like lead and something else. Like you have something with an atomic number of 200, and you get something with an atomic number of 120, one with 80, and the mass of the two atoms, when you add them together, isn't quite the same as the mass of the combined one. So you have a little bit of lost mass, and there's your nuclear reaction. So that's splitting an atom. Fusion or fission is mashing them together. So instead of going for a huge atom, you tend to go for two helium atoms and try and mash them together to get... So two hydrogen atoms, mash them together to get helium. And the thing about fission is that if you can do that, if you can initiate the reaction and get them to merge from hydrogen into helium, that will then release a lot of energy, which you could then use to merge the next one and the next one, and it becomes this self-sustaining reaction. Now, I saw a funny joke because they're like, oh, and how do we get the energy out of it? It's not steam, is it? The answer is yeah, it's steam. It'll generate heat. We'll then use that heat to turn water into steam. That's a change in pressure. Spins a turbine. You then cool it back down again. You can capture the heat. You can capture everything, but it's that. Yeah, that's a slightly different thing. But yeah, it's more he's irradiated our neighborhood. No, it's not hypercritical. So you end up with the it's not a donut shape, it's a sphere. And at the center of the sphere you have a reaction going on where, like, ultimately I think watch a video, you're getting beyond my experience, but they just feed in. The idea is that you just continuously feed in hydrogen, and then helium is produced, and then you'd extract the helium because you don't want it to then keep going and make up I don't even know what 3 is. Carbon is 8. You don't want them to keep. I don't think it would even happen. It's easier to get 2 hydrogens to combine into a helium. What we have pulled off is getting 2 hydrogens to become a helium, and just a big flash release of energy. But we haven't managed to make that then chain react to the next one, because you need to create a chain reaction. And there's a lot of concern that chain reaction would become uncontrolled and boom. What's interesting is when I mentioned before about nuclear warheads not being particularly dangerous anymore, that's because they're fission based. We can achieve fission in nuclear warheads. What they do is basically set off 1 or 2 nuclear warheads inside, and the force of those 2 nuclear warheads smashes something together. Actually, no, it's not quite that. It's something slightly different. It's like a mechanical device. I've forgotten exactly how it works, but ultimately a nuclear bomb goes off, or a small nuclear bomb goes off, which then creates fission, and it's the fission that is the big explosion. This is how you get like your megaton nuclear warheads that they brag about. You know, these bunker buster. They're not nuclear, but so that's when they talk about them being like a lot less dangerous, because there is a radiation because of that initial nuclear reaction, but the fission reaction doesn't create radiation. Well, the uranium goes off first, but there's not very much of it. Something like that. Yeah, I mean, it's hypercritical is just it's more of a buzzword than a technical term. Yes, the sun works on fission. Fun fact about the sun: our sun can't produce anything heavier than lead because there's just not enough energy to mash things together higher than. So lead is like atomic mass of 14. So if you wanted anything like, so our sun can't make gold. All the gold on Earth has come from other suns, other galaxies. I'm not doing much, am I? Oh God. Let me check something. Okay, it's some flight I need to sort out with my partner, and it turned out they're actually on special at the moment. When it ends. Hang on. Oh God, my eyes. I need to switch the glasses. These are on sale from Sunday, 7th of December, Tuesday, 24th of February. So no, they've gone on sale now. Okay, not stress about it. Okay. I've got all these guys set up in their like stupid trying to level up. I might just fix that. Also disconnect. Any ads? Hang on. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure how gold would be created on Earth. The Earth's core isn't a fission reaction, I do not believe. So you wouldn't get anything being created down there either. What the? Yeah, no, I mean, you can't. So, I mean, if you consider the energy of the core, which my understanding is the core is molten because of the pressure. So, I mean, if you dig down a kilometer, the pressure and the heat is fucking immense. Like, that's why mines and that sort of issues. So as you go deeper and deeper, it's like you've got all the weight of everything above pressing down, which creates incredible pressure. Pressure and heat are intermingled, and that's why it's molten. You're not getting fission, like creation of anything. It's just moving around. Yeah. Yeah, it is particularly mostly iron because of the it is what defines the magnetic field, which is going to turn on its head any fucking day now, which will be a whole thing. Okay, you can keep you as a samurai. Maybe not. Let's go back to ninja.
This will do.
Okay, that'll fix you. For her, let's go back to night.
I shall redouble my efforts.
Actually, I think you can just go back to Holy Night.
A sound choice.
Is it Utterborn? I think it is. Oh, God.
My turn, is it?
Ready.
No, because I need to. Supposed to be looking at when ads are starting. The magnetic. Did I say magnetosphere? So the magnetic field that we have around the Earth, which importantly is it does a very important thing in terms of deflecting the worst shit from the sun. So if we didn't have that magnetic field, being outside would be a much bigger problem. Or because most of the worst stuff that the sun emits is ionic, so it has a charge. So when it hits the magnetic field, it gets sent away or bounces off. So yeah, you've got like it's the North Pole and South Pole, so you get a magnetic field that wraps around the Earth. That's more donut shaped. Gamma rays. They wouldn't be affected by a magnet. Well, they get. Hang on, what's electromagnetic? I mean, magnets don't bend light, so they're not going to bend gamma rays. The sun does put out gamma, but I think we're far enough away. It's like it gets so thin by the time it gets here, it's not so much of an issue. And yeah, so you've got alpha, beta, and gamma. Alpha particles are really, really heavy radioactive particles. And they're very easy to block them with a piece of paper. Beta, slightly harder to block, but again, not too bad. Gamma will basically go through anything. You need like 6-inch thick lead. Alpha particles are big and heavy, like relatively heavy in terms of like the whole radiation thing. I want to change him to chemist.
I'll try my best.
That's the last of it. The winds bear it onward now.
And fair winds they are. I should keep it airborne for a half day if they hold more than enough time. Now there's a creature I had not thought to find in these wastes.
One might say the same of a Knight Templar so far from the church. What is it you scatter to the wind?
Oh, that? Oh, I suppose there's no harm in you knowing. There's naught you can do to stop it now.
Stop what?
This.
Poison!
Indeed. Though it is something of an acquired taste. We cast this fine powder upon the winds toward the northern sky. The toxin will not kill the men who breathe it, but it will strike them ill, rendering them unable to fight.
But why? Surely the church does not intend to hand victory to Goltana.
Very clever. I'll expect no less of a Beowulf. The moment Goltana hears of the northern sky's plight, he will send his armies against them. With his own stronghold unguarded, Goltana will be an easy target for assassination. And Count Orlando with him. But do not think Duke Larg will escape this scourge. He too will die. So you see, we really have thought of everything.
Your methods are inhuman.
Sorry, I'm just I've had a stack of messages. I was saying earlier to probably no one that I took on, like, I wanted to get a lot of stuff done this weekend and have basically been doing stuff non-stop all weekend, including streaming.
The church is a covetous would-be user.
Nuclear.
Rather than seek to elevate,
You only need 10 times the volume of a chainsaw to open a black hole. No.
there is another way.
And yeah, like, so I did so much shit yesterday, and the stream was good. I was chatty as fuck, and then was up till 3 in the morning because I was, well, not 3 in the morning, I was excited, and then woke up this morning feeling a bit flatter, but like just had to finish all the things I'd started yesterday, so did all of that, and picked up some food, so I got food for the week, and did the beard, so I look good and near. I'm going to work tomorrow. Got my eyes tested, so prescription is good for the next year, and ordered contacts, so that sets that up. My glasses are good. Got the pet sorted, that's why there's crickets creaking in the background. And, you know, missed the stream by like 15, 20 good minutes, but like, I'm proud of myself. Like, I tried to do a heap of stuff and actually managed to do it all. And stuff I've been putting off. Main one was I had needed to just post a message in my hockey club group chat about this trip next weekend. Just because I have a feeling everyone's forgotten, and I'm like, hey guys, here's a reminder, tagged them all in it, and it's just like, it's all falling apart now. I suspect it won't go ahead. And I don't know, when I thought it wouldn't go ahead earlier, I was like, that's okay. I kind of want that weekend back. I thought that, so this weekend I've had off. Next weekend I was supposed to be on this hockey trip north and play golf. I thought I had another weekend off, and then it was kind of like go away for Christmas. I don't. It's hockey club and then Christmas go away. So in theory, next weekend being off is better. That's how volume works. So 10 times the volume would, from 120 decibels, would be 150 decibels. Yeah, logarithmic scale. You've probably just misquoted the point. If you went a magnitude of, so if you went at 10 times the magnitude, then you're at 1200. Yeah, I mean, I was looking for the. So what happened was it was I'd originally planned it so we would finish the season, then you have a couple of weeks off, then it's presentation night. And then I had planned it to be the weekend after presentation night, which to my mind is a good idea. It's people have got free time. You're still kind of in hockey mode. You're still thinking about it. You're still familiar with everyone. But then, like, it had been great weather for weeks and was great weather for weeks afterwards. And just on the day we were supposed to go, a massive storm came through and it just bucketed. So there was just no point in going. And I'm like, well, we've been rained out. And then because I was in Italy for all of November, I couldn't put it there. So next weekend was like the next best weekend. And I'm like, it won't work. Like, people are just going to be too busy. It's too close to Christmas. People will have stuff on. And that's what's happening is people are like, nah, I can't make it. I got shit on. And the point that I was trying to make or getting to was I was thinking that that's probably okay. But now I'm probably getting a bit disappointed. Like I've actually spent money, on bookings, not a heap of money on bookings, but a bit of money on bookings. And I'm also like upgraded my tent and shit, which is, it's not necessarily wasted money, but it's also kind of wasted money. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's a YouTube fact that I could probably just go decimate. No, so she's seconded to a hospital that is hundreds of kilometers away. So no, she's got her own, and I don't know what she's up to. To be fair, also, like, we've just spent a month or 3 weeks in Italy, and then the following weekend we spent together at a wedding, which was really nice. Though I was not well for most of it. And then the weekend after this one I'm talking about, I'm not with her that weekend, but from the Monday, we're then flying to spend time with her family. So as much as it would be nice to go and do the thing, there's a level of like, we're actually getting to spend a fair bit of time together on and off throughout this period. So it's kind of silly. And like, as if I'm feeling like some time at home to kind of catch up on stuff I want to do and need to do at home is useful, she's going to feel the same way. So yeah. I have been far too chatty and I haven't just started. See, here we go. Have we got a target in this one? I am just going to run ads now. Oh, no, like, I don't think I had any chance. I had a look, and there was, every other chapter's been like 6 to 8 fights. This one's like 14, so it's never going to happen. I'm just going to run ads because I need to go take my contacts out and switch to glasses, and then I'll finish this fight, finish it up. Did I time that well? I might have timed that well. Glasses. Okay. Everyone's poisoned. It's great. Shouldn't have used protect. I should have been using it sooner, but yes, okay, that's good. Oh. I didn't change this. Stupid. Fucking hell, man. This happens far too much. She has not been poisoned. Okay, thank you. Come on, Obs. Yes, okay, everything's not working. $66 ain't too bad. What's the 71? Hello, Bolt it is.
No mercy.
Don't know if you're going to be able to hit these guys. No. That's its right stick. I was trying to figure out how to rotate the screen for ages yesterday. And it just came to me. Sick. Okay, I thought that was... Yep, fine. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're back.
No turning back.
March to the end. Alright, Gembo. Please be able to hit him.
That's it.
Hmm.
The death come.
That's going to be a problem unless I can kill him quickly.
Once you've put a stop to this fighting, how do you propose to purge Ivalice of her corruption? To answer the cries of her downtrodden populace? Her fever will
I need to... It's not fully cancelled yet, but maybe.
cut and seared. Even you must see that.
Next one's Tuesday. That's definitely going ahead. Friday and Sunday currently maybes.
No. This is sophistry spun by the very perpetrators of this war, and I will not be swayed by it. There are ways to heal a festered wound without the knife. The poison can be drawn.
Pray tell, what poultice might draw the nobles from this land?
No, cheers. I'm still in the... I have a list of things I need to keep doing. Like the Discord is great, but it needs bots to like run it and things like that to set that up. And you know, the channel branding stuff's still coming through. But if I can, and with these holidays and whatnot, my streaming's still going to be patchy. But even streaming when you can through December, I suspect is not a bad idea because other people are on holidays. So it's like you might stream to no one. You might actually get a few extra people because it's people are just bored or on Twitch because they got time off or whatever. And then if I can make it more consistent from January, you know, that should be the, there you go. But yeah, cheers. I appreciate it.
There is no difference between you and those you would depose.
Oh yeah.
When another comes to claim your seat,
In theory, I think I had it. I must have accidentally deleted the bot or deactivated it a while ago. But I had one that, like, at least, like when you join, you don't even get like a little welcome or anything. So that sort of stuff's pretty easy. And then I need to set up so that when I go live, I can just press go live and it just automatically posts on Discord and wherever else I want it to, rather than having to. Yeah. Yeah. Happy to meet people, have help. Blah, 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 blah. Stop fucking hiding would be my main comment, I guess. You don't do that much fucking damage is the issue. Okay, and we don't even need, also don't need to stand next to him, so.
you're finished.
Thank you. Thank you. For fuck's sake.
Not now. Not when we're so close.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, I mean, it depends on where the raid comes from as well. But like, I'm happy to build slowly. Like, I don't need to jump from, say, like, you know, 2 to 200 in one go or whatever. But yeah, like it's more as other people start to become aware of this channel, you'll get more. Yeah, it's kind of what you're saying. At like, yeah, actually, no, you're right. Sorry, one big raid means that a lot more people are available. It's like, hey, I saw this new channel. I thought, because they can recommend it to other people. They might think it's interesting and blah blah blah. Blah. So yeah, you're right. You just stick with it, keep doing it, and like paying more attention to chat and whatnot, and actually responding to people when they're dropping for the first time is a good idea. But I'll get better at that. Beat it. Okay. No, let the fucking cutscene play. Cheers for hanging out, man. It's been good the last couple of nights. Auto.
Please, my lord, do not make this harder than it must be. We have our orders.
Why, in the name of all that's good, would I wish to unseat my liege lord?
You ask the very question that vexes me. I am gravely disappointed in you, Cid. I had thought you a friend.
Surely you cannot mean that, your grace. The gods as my witness, I am no turncloak. I am your most loyal man. My conscience is clean. What
Yeah,
lying
me too.
braggart would besmirch my name?
Hang on.
Even yet you deny it. Your betrayal is as cold steel through my heart. You have
Hang on. So you have a small channel summary trailer ready, so when a raid comes in, you play it.
information comes from the High Confessor himself.
When I've seen, so often,
His distress.
I guess it depends where raids come from. So when you're watching like a Alana Pierce and she gets a raid from like a Bruce Green or a Lawrence, whatever, like they know each other, their communities kind of overlap. It's a thing like that. Whereas if I was to get a raid from pretty much anyone, it's you kind of need to jump into that preamble of like, hey, I'm a small streamer. I like playing kind of recent games. I'm interested in building a community that's like safe but accountable. You know, you can feel free to talk about what you like about and feel safe to make mistakes, but also, you know, learn from and be accountable and just learn in general. I like to answer questions and talk about science and learn stuff. Blah blah blah. Yes, trying to ramble all that out might. Yeah, fair enough. You just have a little button on the stream deck and go, here's my intro, I'm going to get a drink. Yeah, fair enough.
Still, I have not earned your trust.
This is where I think watching my own streams isn't a bad idea. I think there was like a nearly 40-minute section in the stream yesterday where the character was standing still and I was just yapping on, and you could just grab that entire 40 minutes, speed it up to 2 minutes, and just like kind of slowly zoom in on the, without the audio, just have me going, because I talk with my hands a lot, and just slowly zoom in on the player character and be like, what about me? Like, that's slightly different content. But if I watch my own stuff, there's probably little bits I can clip out. That's just like, okay, that's a funny vocalization or whatever. But yeah, because I mean, you've also got a spot where you can place a channel trailer within Twitch that'll play when you're not online. So you just, there's one stone, two birds kind of thing.
I cannot do without the cooperation of the upper clergy. Once the confessional decree is in my hands, Lag is as good as defeated.
Fear not, Your Grace. The High Confessor's mind is quite firm on that account.
Excellent. You have performed most admirably. There is another matter. I am placing the Order of the Southern Sky under your leadership. Henceforth, you are a knight devout.
Like devout.
For
Ooh.
now, this is a provisional appointment.
Yeah.
But it shall be made
I pressed my clip button. I'll go back and have a look. I mean, clips are different again because they need to be kind of self-contained little things.
I shall
But
not regret it. I place my full and utter confidence in you, Commander Hyrule. You, and you alone.
Your Grace.
I don't know what that means because I go and edit for like 10 minutes to make sure there's no dead air. Oh, cool. Like, do you mean like you cut a big section so you can make sure you can narrow it in and get the good bit? Is that what you're talking about, or something different? Whoa! Didn't mean to do that. I mean, it probably makes sense to leave them on their battle sort of. Have we got a lot of JP that I could use? What haven't you learnt from? Mastered, cool. I might put you then back to. Let's have a look. Possibly ninja for now. Oh, I'm aware of the Twitch clip tool. That's the main thing I want to be able to do. Just need, I mean, in theory, if you're going to do that, you need something to be going on that's interesting in this bit over here, main part, that you can then kind of go, okay, well, I'm going to have that as well as this. Otherwise, you just send to the camera. But yeah, the Twitch clip tool is really good. And I also know not to just post directly from it. You've got to download them and move them across. Let's chuck you back as a ninja for this fight. Okay, that is going to be it for this evening. Was that tonight? 7:12, yeah. Hello. Didn't end up needing that one. All right. Again, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I will be back online on Tuesday in the same time slot. Yeah, 100%. Enjoy your video. Might see you in a couple of nights. Cheers for hanging out. See you later.